Okay, welcome. I hope you're all doing good. Um, Let me check the chat real quick. Noise, you have a really good Kick 2 tutorial. Oh, I haven't seen that actually. Might go have a look at that. Yeah, I prefer Serum for synthesizing drums, but yeah, I've just dropped the video on Patreon, so if you want to check that out, then definitely go check out my Patreon. Not sure why it's not coming up in the chat. Let's try that again. Let's wake the bot up. Welcome everybody. We're gonna be working on the same track as yesterday. I'm gonna go and yeah, see if we can make the drop into, I guess, a full track or a full drop. Moment while I pin that message. Okay, there we go. Everything's up and running. Looking good. Only 6 viewers yet, but that's fine. More people should be coming in soon. I've been playing around a little bit with the settings of the chat, so if the chat text is too big or anything like that, just let me know. I've been playing around a little bit with how it looks, so we're gonna see if that works fine. I'll play what we have so far, and then we'll get started with the stream. Yeah, that looks a bit big. I'll fix that while it's playing back. You all keep chatting, so we can see if it works. Okay, so that's what we did yesterday, and I really like it. I think this could be a good tune. Nice lead. Yeah, I think it turned out all right. I haven't done the resampling yet, which I said I was gonna do. I just didn't have time today. I was just too occupied doing other stuff, so that's basically that. We might have to do some resampling during the stream. For now, I think I want to work a little bit on this section, where on the build basically, so just get that transition to be right. The intro can still change a bit, that's still up for change. If we can get this right, and then work on this section, get that to sound right, and then think about what the B section is going to be. And then we'll see. Yeah, it's kind of like a bass and a lead in one. It's not really one type of sound, I guess. It's I guess it's just two sounds in one. It's kind of like like it's just basically just chords in a way. Well, not really. They're octaves, and then there's some. It's basically bass notes with a melody on top. That's what it is, and it's running through some distortion. That's giving us that sound. I already have one patch here to do some resampling with, which is this unfiltered audio one. we're probably gonna do something with that as well during the stream. Do like maybe you know, a bunch of minutes of that. Just record it so that we have some extra chops and stuff that we can use. And I think that could also be fun on this one, in the intro. Because in the intro, I think it would be nice if we just introduce this sound a little bit. Like maybe as well here in the build, it could be cool to maybe introduce this sound in a bit of a sort of like processed way. So that when the drop hits, it's sort of like the first time you hear it in its sort of like, well, in it as its fullest kind of thing, right? So we kind of just maybe just tease it a little bit here instead of having the full thing. And then here we have this. I don't really like the sound of that one, but I think we can maybe get like a patch that plays. You know, we have that melody that sits on top here. That melody right there. So if we have like some other instrument playing that, could probably work. That kind of melody, right? So we can introduce that in the intro with some other elements as well, like I don't know, some other synth. Yeah, I kind of left off yesterday here. I made a MIDI track and a MIDI clip for a riser, but then I think we got sidetracked. I think there was like a little topic in the chat or something, and we got sidetracked, and then I completely forgot about making the risers. So that's where we are now. That's a great plugin. Portal could be really good. Yeah, I know. Portal could be good as well. It's just another one of those plugins that I got because it's just one of those plugins that makes it really easy to just generate some variations on the sound in a very quick way. That's pretty nice. And that's always good. It's still not fixed. I've been trying to get the thing fixed where when I switch to a different scene, the chat is empty. Like, I've been trying to fix it, but it doesn't want to be fixed. The settings are all correct. I ticked the box that says always show messages. So it should always show messages, but it's not. And I don't know why. And the other things are also off, so shutdown source when not visible, refresh browser when scene becomes active. Both are turned off, but for some reason when I switch scenes, the chat keeps getting empty. So I'm not sure why that is. I've been trying to fix it, but no clue. So we'll have to deal with it. You guys just have to keep chatting, and then the chat will be filled up. Yo, Dutch Glitz, welcome. You were having a nice modular jam, I saw. Let's just not have any gain here. Just crank my headphones up a little bit. Where's my... One moment. God damn it. That's a little bit better. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Thanks, yeah, it was super fun to have everything plugged in again and synced up. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, it's not really my thing, but if you're into that stuff, I can imagine. I would like to have, I would just like to have, like, one hardware synth or something, you know? Like, if I would have to choose, it would probably be an old virus or a Prophet, one of the two. I'm just in love with the sound of both of those, so if I would have to choose of, like, I guess a hardware synth, then I would like to have one of those. But it's not really something I really need, so it's not something that I'm sit out and just look for and buy. If I can get one for a good price, then I guess that would be nice. But it's not like I'm actually looking for it. But if I would get some hardware, then that would probably be it. Other than that, I don't really care too much about it. Yeah, Virus is great, but I'm definitely then talking about one of the old ones, like what was it, the classic B or C or A? I'm not entirely sure which one. Um, but should we try 7 Up maybe? I think it could be cool to have in this section just have it like not rising at all. So it's just so like coming in a little bit, filtering it in, and then in the second half it starts rising when that kick drum comes in. Okay, something like that. I can just use the same one, doesn't really matter. Or actually, let's just do a different one. Let's try, yeah, just finding something in here. Doesn't really matter. Sure. Let's see, so we can hear it. Let's take that one on here. Then let's route it back to the filter. So should we, let's see, we need to hear what it does in the mix. Yo, Kenny. Oh, didn't want to do that. Let's do this. No. Let's just leave it on. Let's cut this off. Hey man, did you make that mud pie off stream? Which mud pie? Oh, you were talking about the one for the base. No, I did not. I didn't have time today. So we might do that during the stream. I wanted to do it today, but I just didn't have any time. I was doing other stuff today. It's fine too. I haven't heard it in mono yet. Let's see what it sounds like in mono. Okay, so it's as powerful as that one, then it should be good. Pretty good. Wow, bum, 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 bum. I totally hear things that could work for this tune. I also think that a vocalist on this would be really good. But I'm thinking like some hip hop style vocals, you know, like old school boom bap type vocals. Would work really well over this kind of thing. Maybe not with the full kind of thing here, but like maybe in the B section, have like some vocals. But I'm gonna have to go and find vocals, and I don't want to use a track. I don't want to use an acapella or something because that's just gonna. It's not nice. We would like original vocals, right? So might not be able to do that today, but we'll see. I think we need some noise here as well. Some noise at the start of that section. Let's also name this. Riser. Let's go through and name all these things. This is all named. Think shakers. That is the right that we're not using. Oh yeah, that house loop. I took it out, but we might go put something in like that. That is a piano. That is the intro pad. That is probably gonna go away. What is that? Oh, that's the Reese. Which should go in here. And then this is... I think that's just a couple of sine waves. Yeah. Main synth intro. And that's the main synth. What's this? Nothing. Okay. Goodbye. And what is this? Oh, that's the chord guide that I made. Just the chords that were in the intro, so that I, or what the main synth is doing in terms of the chords, so that I don't forget it. Let me just call that like that. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, some noise. Oh, I made an audio track. Let's do MIDI track. Okay, then let's take, let's grab, should we do bandpass? That does kind of work, but I think it's nicer if we have a high pass so that we leave the high end in there and then use a separate low pass. Okay, go down a bit faster. Okay, that's that. And then we go in here. We take a low pass. 12, I think. Curve that. Might actually come in a little bit later as well. By the way, did you notice how much it actually got rid of the high end? Like, what the fuck? I know it's low pass, but why does it already take off that much? Okay, it's better. Let's do that. Go and do a little bit less. Why is that? Why is it doing that? I don't want that. I just want it to be regular. How do we do that? What did I do? Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, fixed it. There's probably also pitch bend happening on this. Should not affect the noise, but just to be safe. Because I know in Serum the noise can be pitched. Let's just do that. For sure. It's just doing that. Okay. Now we have some low end in here, which we don't need. So let's just do this. Then we can also give it a little boost around here. Get some of the high end back. And I might actually sweep this through as well. So we get a bit of like I want to have maybe some extra stuff happening here on the noise. I don't know, maybe distort it and then have some like oscillation happening on it in this section. And then there's probably going to be like, everything's going to cut out here with maybe just like a vocal or something. Or like, yeah, a reese or something leading into the drop. Chat is awfully quiet today. You guys are just watching. Okay, let's do how would be the best way to do this? Let's see. Take that one on here with a full range and set this to, I don't know, 16ths or 1/32. And then let's see, we go in here. Let's assign that one to here. We just get that. We can introduce this one. Let's introduce it in this section. Something like that. And then in this section as well, I want to take macro 1 and put that on here. Macro 1, it's already on there, okay. And then we're gonna go make that one go down so that it's gonna be at sort of like its lowest volume at the sort of like the end there. But then this LFO takes over and so like makes the volume come in. So let's do this. Still doing something. There we go. Maybe the other way around. Maybe we'll start with macro 1 is only controlling those two things, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's do this, and then we're just gonna bring it down over time. Maybe the noise I'm not that big of a fan of. Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of the noise, to be honest, so let's do that and that and that. Okay, let's take some reverb on it maybe. Just to kind of fill it out a bit. Maybe that one. Can also put a delay on it maybe, just to even more add some length. Yeah, I guess just with the full range, like that. Do you stream on Twitch? I used to, but at the moment not. Until I find a solution for the multi-streaming thing that I used to do, but then I, well, Restream decided to put a watermark on every free account, or on all free accounts, and I don't really feel like getting their subscription. So I'm looking into other things. I'm not against paying for a subscription, but I feel like theirs is a bit expensive, so I'm just looking around, and I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I'll see. For now, it's only YouTube. Okay, let's take auto pen on here. Set that to 1/4 with a ramp shape and then invert it. And let's do this. We're just gonna add a little bit of that in the second half on the noise. Okay, let's just for now freeze this one. Yeah, that's the best position, I think. Ooh, that's also pretty cool there. Oh, I kind of like that. Ooh. Yeah, that's kind of cool. What if we repeat this? And then here, what if we do maybe that? That's kind of nice. And then let's copy it to here. Here we're gonna cut this out. Okay, let's see. I'm hearing a sound in here, so like an extra bass layer, I guess. Might replace some of the bass hits, but could also go under it maybe. We'll see. Then like my standard sort of like Reese, like white Reese, not FM, AM on this. Make that one just re-trigger. Then just distort it. Then put like filter on it probably, but now let's just do something like that. Okay, good. Should be good for now. Why am I so red? Oh, because my computer, for some reason, is set to fully orange RGB light. Why is that? One moment. One moment. While I try and adjust that real quick. I hadn't even noticed that. It's like there's like a gigantic glow of bright orange on my right side. I haven't even noticed it. Why is that? Why it being... What? Okay. That's weird. Interesting. The software from my motherboard doesn't see my motherboard RGBs. Who? Would be great if they're not just bright orange. Huh. That's weird. It does see my GPU. Oh, maybe it's because... Is it this one? Really odd. Well, I guess I'll check it after the stream then. Weird why it doesn't show up though. That's really weird. Trying one more time. I rebooted before the stream, so that's weird. Yeah, come on, come on, come on. No, that's weird. I don't know why. Can I just turn them off? That would be great. Well, I guess not, because it doesn't see them. It's like, if I could at least turn off the RGB light strip that is in the case, because that one is set to the brightest mode for some reason, and it's just on in like bright orange, and it's quite big. It's quite bright. Now I've seen it. Can I restart that software? That would be great. Exit. Okay. Let me just restart the software completely. See what happens. Why did I even notice it though? It's pretty amazing, actually. Put something in front. Yeah, I guess I could, but what? It's quite big, you know? It's quite a big surface area. Yeah, no, well, then that's just that. Or we'll just deal with it then, I guess. I guess I could. Want to open my PC case though. Dun, 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 dun. It's so weird. Why is it not seeing the motherboard? Awkward. Clearly a glitch, but whatever. I'll do this real quick. One moment. Go to settings. And I'll just go. Just make the white balance a little bit cooler, so that the orange isn't that big of a deal. Increase the contrast and it's even less big of a deal. Okay, should be a little bit better. Okay, whatever. Probably have to reboot the entire computer again for the motherboard to be seen again. Which I'm obviously not gonna do during the stream. What were we doing? What were we doing? Oh, yeah. What are we gonna do in that section? Well, like that's what I'm kind of hearing here. Well, then. What is that? Well. From E to C sharp. Well, maybe with an even bigger one at the end. Nice. Enable. Might be better actually. What if we do wow with like a little probably gonna be even better. So let's do that. Then okay. Kind of want to do something like that, I think, here. Okay. Let's go and do... what should we put on it? Like, what if we take a sine wave, direct out that, octave lower? It's gonna be too low, but bear with me. It's just gonna add a little bit of that, and then we distort it again. See what happens. It's gonna get loud as hell, but I want to filter it again afterwards as well. Okay. So if we put that on it. I don't care about the sub itself, but it's just adding a bit of grit because it's distorting it with the rest of the sound. Don't really like the sound though. All this work for a shitty sound. What the hell? Why does it remove all messages except for one? That's even weirder. Check the settings. That's weird. Yo, DJ Hennessy. Okay, it's not bad. Okay, that was a bit much. I'm gonna go, and I don't like that noise continuing here, so we're just gonna do that. And like we can have that here as well, like I'm thinking about right there. It's a bit too shitty, the sound. Ironbound. I posted an update on that channel in the community tab, so you should probably go read that instead of keep asking it on this channel. Long story short, chance that it will come back. The series that I was working on is close to 0. And explanation is on the community tab of that channel. Don't want to go too much into detail and into it right now because we're doing something else. Okay. That's slightly better now here. I don't like that one here. That's better. That's better. This one, take that one out. Yeah, that's nice. Copy that. Here. No. Let's do it in a different way. Let's grab this and put the mix at 100. Let's group this. And just make another chain. This is going to be our dry chain. And this is going to be our wet chain. Then I'm going to, let's just go into here. And take both of these. And then from the wet one, we're just going to do that. And then go and do that. And then we'll assign that to a macro. So that we can bring that chain in over time here. So we can just do that here. Why is it so loud right away? Hmm. We can do it in a different way. We can take the volume here, map that to the macro. That's bad, eh? So we're probably gonna do that in a couple of sections. Let's see. Like right here, I'm thinking in this section, right into that kick drum, or into the next snare drum, which would be right here. That's kind of cool. But because we now have it on a separate channel, we can also put an EQ on it, so we can make sure the reverb does not have any low frequencies. So we can just add a high pass here, just do this, and we're gonna go back in here. I'm just gonna go tweak this a bit. Let's bring the high shelf down a little. And I'm gonna go and maybe give it a little bit of a boost here. Let's also raise that one a little bit. Let's just do all the way. And boost in the high end. Let's try Bright Hall maybe. We want to have this one at 0. A bit more to here maybe. Should we do one in here as well, in this gap? Oops. Oh, that's actually quite nice after that. Idea. if instead of that one, what if we just do it right here? So we get... that was not as good as what I thought, but... Oh yeah, that's pretty nice. It's better here. But here, it's kind of cool, because then there's nothing right after it. And there it's kind of cool, because then it leads into sort of like the halfway point, so you get... That's nice. Okay, so we have that one, drop that there. Let's make sure they are curved the same way. So here, I had a couple of ones yesterday that I saved. Remember? We were going into these weird... These loops. Was one that was kind of nice. I think it was this one. Don't like it. Goodbye. Dun-dun-dun. That might be better, that one. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, that's nice. Bum, 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 Oh, fuck. Let's undo that. Oh, I put a contact on this one. Oh. Let's undo that. I was like, huh? Why does that one sound so weird? To make a new track. Let's just use a serum instead. I want to see if I can get some interesting sort of like layer that works on top of it. Like obviously we're gonna have, that will be for the section after this, but if we have like some kind of a headish kind of sound, let's just do that maybe. Key track it. Take this. Where is it? Right here. It's basically the underlying chords. C and that. I'll just write something from scratch. All right, that's not gonna work. That was yeah. Nope. Nope, that won't work. That's pretty obvious. No, we're gonna have something else. Let's for now copy that. Let's just copy this one. And then here, let's take that one out. That. Yeah, I want that Reese to be different. I don't like it. Let's remove these real quick. Oh wait, let's see what those sound like if we add these back in here. In the second half. So we get nah, it's too much. It's too much. It's too much. So we're gonna remove those. Oh. Just to remove those notes. Let's get rid of those. Let's do that here as well. I know I can copy it, but whatever. With that, let's just actually turn this into a clip, that as well. And then if we take this, and then let's see. Let's do this. Those are probably gonna be there. And something in between. Something else. Could even have that, and then something in between those. Yeah, you're talking about these notes, these bottom ones. I think it would be too much if we just have those, or I think it would be too, well, I think it wouldn't work, but... think we can sort of like do something else. Okay, let's take this. Just do that for now. Want that. Let's think. I need to hear it real quick. Its entirety and just listen to it closely. I also think the drums here might not cut out. So let's just continue the drums here. And then only cut out the shake on the last snare. So we'll just have this continue. Maybe even just that. Just ends like... Or have a snare drum there. Yeah, I think we're just gonna have a snare there. We're just gonna keep it going. Because we're cutting it out already quite a bit. And I don't want to do that every end of the section, if you get what I mean. We'll just cut out the shakers here. Like if we just played with a saw wave real quick, then we can actually hear what it's doing. Yeah, that's not good. It's not right. That's better. Kind of wants that, but... What should we do for kind of sound? Okay. Do with that. Let's see. Something like this on here. Then do that. This is not gonna do much because there's no harmonics there. Only does something after the distortion. Jesus. Let's do. Let's try something weird here. Do this and try one of these. Oh yeah, wait. Then we also need to do... How much is that? That's just... Okay, that's 16. 1 as well. With 16. Okay, that works. Hmm. I'm thinking what we could do here. What kind of a sound? Maybe we should just do some resampling on that main synth, and then I'll go put it into pigments or something, then do some granular stuff based on that sound. See what we get. Might be cool. That might be cool. So we have this one. Let's just make ourselves a rack like this. So we have two chains, one with the unfiltered audio silo in it and one without. And then let me name this. This is silo and this is dry. Let's call this one sample. Then if I make an audio track here and another one, can I set the input to main synth silo silo post effects? I guess I want to record one with just the silo bits and one with just the bits coming from the entire thing. So that one. I guess. We'll do a test real quick. And then I'm gonna take these right here. I'm gonna put that on a group so that those are not included with the resample. Because that way we have a little bit more freedom with it if we chop it up, I think. Especially the reverb. And I don't want to have the reverb in the resample file. So we can, you know, when we chop it up, we can really basically just put it through the same effects as the other ones are running through. And that way they will sound identical. because I also want to use parts of that resampled file in maybe in this section of the drop and probably here, just to kind of make things a bit more interesting. Or, you know, like some of these parts are really cool, but then might even sound cooler if we just replace it with like a granular resampled version of that same thing, right? With the same notes, so that you get sort of like a more interesting version of it. Because right now it's just the same hit happening every time. Okay, so we call this, let's just do this, so it's in capital letters, so I know which one is which. So we have, oh, now this one's input is gone. Let's do main synth, and then silo post effects. And then on this one, we'll just take the output of this track, post effects, so that we get this one basically recorded twice. We just get the output of this one, and then we get the output of the track as a whole, which is with the two together. So we have two versions. And then, yeah, we'll just loop this section. Do that. Don't want to record any automation. I don't want to do that. I just want to have it record. Then we can mess with this as well. So before we do that, it's probably going to be good to make a duplicate of this so that we don't destroy the patch. So let's color it as well so we know which one we're dealing with. That's the one that we're tweaking, so I don't accidentally click that one and mess it up. I know myself all too well. So we have this. Now we can also move this around in this one, so that we get like variations on the LFO shape without, you know, using the macro. We can bring the macro up, but we can also just move it by hand. That should give us some more things. And then let's open Silo as well. That one is going to be our best friend in this. And then let's resample that section right here. Okay, let's go. My bad. Sorry, the other one was still turned on. Let's do that again. Oh, save. Save. That's a really good call. Let's do that before we do anything. Save. Everything is saved at this point, so that's good. Thanks, Sapia. Good call. Let's go. One moment. Why is this one so much louder than that one? I guess because it's the two stacked, but maybe this one is just a lot quieter. I think it's just a lot quieter than the other, than what's coming out. You know, the mix is all the way up, so it should be. I don't think there's an extra volume thing on this. Let's see before we do anything. Reverb, normal, there's no output. Yeah, this is level, but we're using that. That's the level of the reverb. We have output here, but that's not a slider, that's just a meter. We've got the compressor. Bring that one up. Well, it sounds fine. It sounds fine. So we're just gonna resample it, and I can just boost these in post if I have to. Because 2 had 2 stacked. No. It's taking the, like, this is taking the output of this track right here. So it's not taking the output of this track at all. Like, this is all turned off. Like, to be sure, I can even just do this, so that these are not even generating anything. And it's still gonna be louder here. See? silo one is just quieter, but that's fine. Like I can crank it up here. But then it also starts distorting quite a bit, because it's pushing the two together, right? So it's like, it's two things stacked. Yeah, I think this one is just louder. I think silo by default just makes it a bit quieter. Because... No, it doesn't. Look. Here it does get louder. Okay, well that is the louder version that I did. But it also has to do with this shape, of course. Like right here, this is the volume shape. So it might be loud, but only for a short section. But that's fine. It's no big deal. As long as it sounds interesting, that's all that matters, right? Let's go. Is solo good? I mean, you judge. This is without. And this is with. That one sounds pretty cool. We're just generating interesting versions of this. Ooh, that one was interesting. This tune is gonna be insane. We have all the variations now that we need. All the things to fill out all the parts of the drop. Everything is here. What this is, let me turn down my headphones so I don't start speaking gigantically loud. This is unfiltered audio silo. It's a granular reverb is how they market it, but in my opinion it's just a granular effect plugin with a reverb module in it. And the cool feature of it is this masking feature right here. And it basically tells, normally you would put a granular effect on something and it generates grains on a specific rate, right? That we set right here, which is the rate. But this one has a mask. So it tells when to generate a grain and when to skip it. So you can... And it's so good. And I'm recording this without the reverb. So we're hearing a wet version with reverb on it, but I'm actually recording the version without it. And I'm also recording the silo separate, while we're hearing it with the two together. So all those bits coming from silo, I have those all separate. And I can just keep playing this, it's gonna keep doing different things. It's a beautiful thing of it. Not all modes will work of this, of +7, but some will. And some could be maybe, you know, jazz. Woo, I heard a really cool one there. Woo! It just makes really good sort of like variations on the sounds you already have. It's in a similar range as like what Portal will do. In fact, let's throw a Portal in the mix. I mean, we're resampling now anyway, right? So let's put a Portal in front of this. And It just records one big file. I can just drag that out at the end. It's just making one long file of it. It's looping, but at the end you can just take the entire file and just extend it, so it will still be there. I'll show in just a bit. Give us a good one. Alright, this one is pretty cool too. Yeah, we have quite a bit. I'll let it run for that last little bit. Okay. That's good. So, to extend it, like, it's just a gigantic file, right? So, all you have to do is just grab this first thing and just drag it all the way back. Same thing for this one. So now, we have this version. Which is just a silo. So I can sprinkle it in anywhere. And then we have this, which is just a one. Like that. And I can just basically just mute that one. That is our resample group. This is the one that we actually have. Let's turn this back on. Like, I can put these in this group, or no, let's actually keep these tracks so that we might want to resample this later. Let's just group this. Let's make an audio track, and we're just gonna take these two. You can just, oh, nice, wave candy crashed. Fucking hell. Well, I mean, it's nothing is lost. All we did was resample, and I saved before we started resampling, so We're good. We're good. And the files should be there because they are recorded in and they're saved in the project file folder when they're recorded. So save, yeah, save. That would be great if we could. But I think our boy Wave Candy has completely crashed Ableton. Uno momento. I can't even get out of full screen. I seriously just can't get out of the full screen window. Okay, Alt tab. Wait, second screen, that works. So is it, let's see, if it's just... Like it could be that it's just a task that I can kill for Wave Candy. Check. Don't think so. Okay. Let's go do... that. And... okay. It's Ableton gone. I'm out, have a like, fine weekend, yo. Have a good weekend too, man. Have a good weekend too. Or girl, I don't know, I don't even know. I just say men, but that's just one of the words I say a lot, but you know what I mean. Damn it! You access too much raw power with these sounds, it had to shut down to contain it, yeah. Now, the question is if Wave Candy is gonna be back when we launch Ableton again. Good chance it's gonna be stuck until I reboot my computer. Wave Candy, I guess that's also why they why they discontinued it, the VST version, because it tends to be a little buggy sometimes. But good call from Sapia, by the way. I'm not sure if he's still here, but good call. Really good call. If it wasn't for you, then it might have been a lot worse. Am I right? Would get rid of Wave Candy. It's fine. It's just I like it. It seems to be working as well, so. And the project has reloaded with basically just everything except that I dragged the audio files from the... oh, it has also not made the second audio track. Okay. So we're back. Now we're gonna grab this file, drag it to here. I'll take this one, drag it onto there. And let's do a save as. So now, these two are also running through the same effects as this one. So if I can basically just mute this one, because this one is just for, like, you know, if I just want to chop the whole thing up. Like how it is with these two layered. I can just chop that up and just use that, so we're gonna put that aside. This thing is huge. How long did I resample for? Holy shit, 26 minutes. Damn. Well, I guess we have enough material, that's for sure. You guys don't say anything either, do you? Yo, Art, you've been resampling for 10 minutes. Nope. Ah, just let him go. Just let him go. Let him chop through a 26-minute audio file. He's gonna have a lot of fun with that. That's basically it. Damn it. Now, I can just play this. And then I need to turn that one off so that we don't hear that one. And then there's another group on here that we need to mute. So now we just have the right thing. So that's gonna be helpful as well. Now what I want to do, I want to work on this section. So what I want to see, probably gonna use this one. I should bounce these two. I should bounce them with this on. Yeah, I guess so. Gotta finish this one. Yeah, I know. I know. We're working on it. Let's do this one. Just a full thing. It's loud as hell, but it's fine. It looks really loud. It looks like sausage loud, but it's not that bad actually. It's just gigantically long. It's a long schlong. Let's see. Let's save it in the folder. Which one is it? This one, I think. Yeah, solid drum idea. Let's call it. What is that? Main synth full mudpie. Synth granular mudpie. That's gonna take a little bit of time. I mean, yeah, it is loud, but it's supposed to be loud, right? It's the main sound in the track, so it better be loud. Was wondering, when you've got big pads and reverb synths, where do you usually pen to make room for both? I don't actually pen, honestly. I don't really pen stuff left to right. I just make stuff wider or narrower, if that makes any sense. See, penning, I mean, it can be nice. Like, sometimes it can be nice to use stereo effect that does something that goes from left to right, like a ping pong delay or something like that, but just taking like an actual, taking like a channel and penning it to the left or right, no, I actually almost never do that. Because I don't really necessarily see the need for it when I'm making electronic music. Like, I can see the use for it if I would, let's say, for instance, let's say I'm mixing the drums for a band and you're doing the drums, then yeah, you're gonna have your hats a little bit to the left or your crash a little bit on the right or whatever you want, you know, but that's just because that's how it would be realistically. And then it makes sense, but when I'm doing like electronic music, it's supposed to sound good in mono, so the more you pen it to one side, the less you're going to hear that in mono. So that's also something you have to keep in mind. Like if you're going to put something like hard left, it's probably going to be gone in mono, or it's going to be really quiet. But it really depends on what you're making, right? So like could be cool, like if you have like two pads that are slightly different from each other and just pen one left and one right, but then you're just doing it to get some width, right? You're not really doing it to position it on the left side of the mix or on the right side of the mix, but you're just using it to create some width. In my opinion, what I do, I look at it a lot more in terms of like width as opposed to panning something from left to right. Like I'm thinking a lot more about like which elements are wider in the mix, which ones have the stereo widening on it, or which ones are very centered in the mix. That's something that I think about a lot more. It's not common in drum and bass. No, I don't think it's that common in electronic music to begin with. Like it's one of those things that was done a lot back in the day. Like it's actually quite funny. I was listening to some old music earlier. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I forgot which track it was, but I was there's a ton of these tracks. It was just like a track from like I think it was the 60s or something like that, or maybe the 50s even, and it was like drums just penned hard right, like literally the entire drum kit is just hard right, and I'm like, ah, nice, yeah, my ear definitely likes this. Good thing that my right ear is my fucked ear and my left ear is pretty much pristine. So I was like, yeah, nice tune, mate. But they did it a lot back then, stuff like that, and I feel like over the years everything has gotten a lot less with that. They've gotten a lot less aggressive. Like certain elements are most of the time just centered. Drums, bass, those are usually just centered in a mix. So even in like a lot of stuff that's not electronic music these days, like pretty much all pop music, if you listen to it, the bass is going to be centered. It's not. They're not going to say like, oh, the bass guitarist is like to the right side of the stage, so we're going to pen it to the right, or he's on the left side of the stage, so we're going to pen it to the left, which they would do back in the day. No, I mean some people might do it, but the majority is not going to do that. They're going to think about it in a way. Okay, the bass is really important, needs to be up front, and needs to be centered. It needs to be the driving force in the track, so it's going to be centered. It doesn't have to be bent. Same with the drums. Whereas realistically, that would not be possible because you're basically going to stack the bass. The bass guitarist is going to stand on top of the snare drum of the drummer, and then the lead guitarist is going to stand on top of the shoulders of the bass guitarist. Basically, it's not possible in real life, right? But in the mix, yeah, why not? You can do it. Yeah, I know. I know. I know, but it's like it's so weird to hear it right now. I know why it was done that way. It's basically just the limitations of the recordings, but it's just it's so weird to hear it because you're not used to it. These days that would not happen at all because there's no need for it, right? You have the option to just put it in whichever position of the mix you want. So that's why I don't do it. And I mean, like I said, yeah, it totally depends on what you're doing. Like if you're making film music, yeah, then you're probably gonna deal with a lot of panning. You know, if you're making something for Dolby Atmos or something like that, then yeah, you're probably gonna do a lot of panning, and you're gonna be utilizing that stereo that you can actually use in that cinema, right? Or if you're doing it, I don't know, making music that's just for listening purposes at home, that's not necessarily made to be played in a club, yeah, you can get away with panning there. You can go crazy if people are gonna always listen to it in stereo, basically. Then yeah, sure, do whatever you want. But if you're doing it for a club setting, then want to be a little bit more careful with it. I'm gonna bounce this other one as well. Sorry, it's gonna take a little bit longer. Granular mud pie, just silo. Any more questions? Yeah, it's just, with electronic music, what? Yeah. I mean, it's not really needed, you know. A lot of times you're thinking a lot more about width and adding like making a sound wider in certain frequency ranges so that it fills out the mix more, sounds bigger. That's usually what you're thinking about. Such a different world it must have been back then. Yeah, it's always funny, I hearing those stories of like, like my dad used to like the Rolling Stones quite a bit and a lot of Pink Floyd, and his parents would literally say like, what is this crazy noise? Like, what was it? What is this crazy loud music? That kind of stuff. And if you think about that now, it's like not even comparable, right? It's just like, it's so funny how things have changed. I'm keen to see the arrangement of these sounds. Yeah, I'm not sure how much we are gonna do with the chopping up part today. I wanna see if I can use it in like a granular setting to get some cool things happening in the second half. But we will probably also do some chopping. I mean, this bottom one is pretty good for that actually, because that's just the entire bass line that we just resampled, just as how it sounded without the effects of the group. So we can just put that in and just start chopping it up. Loki is swinging his hips. Devil music. Yeah. As well, I sometimes there's this TV channel that we have, and they just play old music basically. And sometimes I'm just zapping and just uh the one time I watch TV, and it's like you see it, and it's sometimes they have these sort of like videos of live performances of like from like old music from like the 50s or the 60s. And them dance moves, baby. Ever seen white people dance from the 1950s? Holy shit. As if you're looking at a fucking broom trying to dance. Seriously. Stick figures dancing. It's like white people from the 1950s had no sense of rhythm at all. Or at least the the majority of the people. Maybe the musicians had, but the majority of people didn't. And dance moves they didn't have either. It's so cool to see. It's like they're just moving a little bit. Like like I wouldn't even call it swinging, but what a lot of the people then would do. I mean, some would. Okay, so let's see. We have that. So we can go back in here. Let's make ourselves a MIDI track. Let's grab pigments. And we had this one. Let's just take that MIDI. But before we do that, I'm gonna go and take a piss. So I'll be back in just a little bit. Okay. So let's go into that pigments. Let's loop this section here. Oh. Let's loop that. And actually, we're not going to take this MIDI. We're just going to take a C note here. Or let's do C sharp. I'll just pitch the sample. Let's just copy that. We have basically every part filled in between those things. And then let me go in here, make a new preset, and let's grab the sampler. And let's find our sample, which is Ute. So let's see what happens. Alright. And then we're definitely going to go in here and make it a bit smaller, because it's a bit big. Turn this on. Let's set this to sync. Set to 1/8. See what we get. Here and set this to C sharp. All kinds of weird shit like that. I'm actually going to put it in this group so it runs through the same processing. Let's see if that... Actually, no, because then it has the reverb on it. And I don't want that reverb. I'm just going to make it sound bigger. So let's just grab this, or just that one. Let's try 8 dotted maybe. Let's see what we get. Oh yes. Let's just loop this so we can hear what we're doing. No, not that one. Need to find one that sounds good, basically, with what we have in that first one. Ooh, that one is kind of cool, but it's a bit quiet. No, it's not the right pitch. Yeah, I can hear when it's the right pitch after that other one. Better, but not entirely. There is a good one here. That one is good, but it's not gonna be good right after this one, I think. That's the one for the end. See, that's one that would probably come in right around here. So we get... And that flows really good back into this one, probably. So... might want to use that there, and we might want to use that here. Let's make a couple of points so that those will stay where they are. And then we're going to make a point here, another point like that. We can move this one around. That's a lot better. That's a lot better than what we had before. I think we need one that needs to go up, but for now this one could work. Now we just need to find one for here. Maybe go back to this one. Don't think so. I think we're going to do a different one, but for now we do this so that we have 4 sections. Welcome. And we're probably gonna change. I'm feeling like changing up these ones. So what if we do? Dun, 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 dun. And this one, so this playing F sharp. No. I mean, that one kind of works. D sharp. Also try another F sharp, but no, I don't think that's going to be nice. G sharp. We're doing G sharp at the end. So that's not going to work. A. Oh, we could do A. A is kind of nice. But then we need to do... Let's see. A. With another A. A with E. Yes, that's it. What if we keep this one? Sounds completely different from this one, huh? It's both 0.18, but it's just one tiny little change is already different, so dun, dun, dun. Oh. Okay, find another one. That one kind of works though, so that's the same one as this one again. It kind of works. What if we do? It's right on the kick there, I think. So that would mean if we do this and then change this one. Where is it? It was a really good one there. Where is it? Let's try that one though. Not bad, not bad. Let's go to the drums real quick. Which one are we gonna have continue? I think the shakers could maybe just continue. Dun, 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 dun. let's make this one better. Oh, did I just end? Did I just end on a good one? Those last ones different is kind of cool. Like, it needs to be a good one though, but it needs to go down. Dun dun dun. Oh heck, we could even do this. If I do, like if we just get rid of that, do that. Like that last one, it kind of just needs to go down. So, big reverb. Don't like that one there with that pitch change, but this is kind of cool. So let's drop that there. Guess we can just do that. Do this. And then let's get rid of the pitch shifter. I don't really like it. Just to kind of make that last section a little bit more spacious. It just kind of gives it a little... Like, I'm actually gonna try and get rid of this now. Okay, that works. And then maybe the end here. That was kind of nice. This part needs to be better now. Like, that one is good, but we can make it better. So let's just copy this, so that we have a copy of it, so that we don't lose this one. Let's see if we can... Ooh, maybe that one. It's not the same as any of these other ones, I hope. Sounds too similar to that one, but maybe it works. Let's see. It's not too bad, but I think we can find a better one. Ooh, do you hear that tone? Because there's basically chords in it, so you hear all kinds of interesting tones coming through. Oh yeah, that's nice. That works. That kind of works. Let's just make a copy of it, so we have another copy. Because I want to see if we have even better ones. Phew, what if we do this entire section? I kind of feel like this first section could sound like that. Like that. So that you get... Then change this one again. What if we put it here? Yeah, that's it. Right after that one. See, it's like which... it depends after which note we put it, right? So... And then this one needs to change now. It's just the same tone. That one is nice. last section is a little iffy, but that could be a B section. This is the B section. This is the B section of the track. Here. We're working on the B section right now. The first section of the drop, like the intro is not done yet, and the first section needs a bit of work, it needs a bit of fine-tuning and shit, but we need some extra elements just to fill it up a bit, but not really elements that are going to sit up front. All the elements that are going to sit up front are basically there. And we have a huge amount of resampled stuff here that we can use to fill it up and make it more interesting, which is something that I'm going to do, but I'm probably going to devote an entire stream to that. Because we have 2 files of 20 minutes long. I got carried away, and nobody in the chat decided to say anything, so we ended up with 26 minutes, which means times 2, that is what? 52 minutes of resampled audio. Thanks, boys. But the first section of the drop sounds a little like this. What if we make this one move? Okay. Nope. Let's set it to 0.5. And make another point, and we're also going to set that to 0.5 so that we know it's in a straight line. That has a good tone there. Dun, 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 dun. That's what we need. Dun, 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 dun. And that tone is in there. That kind of works. And the first part? Kinda, but what if we take that one that was right next to it? Not that one. Ooh. That one sounds kind of cool too. Take this and just paste it right here. God damn it. Is that long enough? Nice. That's the same one as that one, but it sounds kind of cool. We need to hear what that sounds like in context after the other ones, because if you just hear it by itself looping, you're not going to hear if it's the good one or if it's the perfect sort of like version that you need there. You're really going to need to hear it as a loop So like as the whole thing. No, see, it's the same one as the one before it, or at least sort of like roughly the same tone. But I think what could be good to do right now, as well, is put another bass underneath it. Kind of just want to have another bass doing dun 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 dun, probably just doing the same pattern. So we can just take a serum. Put a serum right here. So we're gonna have that. And then we go to F sharp, which means we're gonna go to that. Then that, what is that? That one is going to A. Kind of want to do A here as well. Yes. That goes to F sharp. Ah. So that goes back to F sharp. Obviously it doesn't work with what is on top right now, but yeah, that's what it needs to do. It needs to go to G sharp there, so you get this. See, that's kind of the pattern that we can do. See, it's quite low because it's C sharp, but it doesn't really matter too much. Like this track is in C sharp minor, but I can get away with it because there's so many mid frequencies in the bass anyway. So even though the bass hits C sharp 0 every now and then, which is quite low pitched, it doesn't really matter because it's gonna come through on speakers anyway, right? There's enough harmonics in this sound, in that bass sound, that main bass patch, for it to come through on pretty much any speaker. So even if it's hitting that C sharp 0, it doesn't really matter. As long as they're good enough amount of harmonics, you should be able to get away with it. Like if it's a very low subby bass, then yeah, it might be a bit harder to get away with a C sharp 0. I mean, C sharp is still doable, I think, these days. Speakers are getting better too. See, I see people hitting C0 even in tracks, so those do fine live as well. So it should be fine. So we want to have probably a subby patch for this one. It's gonna sit underneath that other one. So we'll just have a little thing like this. Volume. Then let's do envelope. Come on. Can we get it nice and it's close enough, but there we go. Oh. Let me remove all of these. And then do a morph crossfade. We have a sign to that. Kind of play around a little bit with how much harmonics we give that sub. Okay, let's group these two together. What if we put this saturator on the group? Woo! Okay, maybe not. Maybe put the saturator still on here. Let's put this here, maybe. Then let's put another saturator on the group here. Just a tiny amount. I might use some other distortion. Maybe we'll use Trash 2 or something. See if we can get like a nice crunchy sound on it. How are you guys liking the stream so far, by the way? If we're gonna distort it, then maybe we don't need the extra harmonics as well. Like if we take Trash, let's take isotope Trash and do on the group. The distortion feels so good it tickles. I mean, we're getting there. Some this one also has a bit of a weird weird width to it. This one. Um. Might be good to put a little bit of ozone on it. Let's do the ozone imager. That way it has a little bit less width, but if we wanted to give it width, we can always do that with something else, you know? We can always add some width to it. And I mean, there's still plenty of width, like, look at it. How does it sound in mono? That's pretty good. So let's see the difference. Let's do that. Oh, it's pretty good, actually. It's pretty powerful still in mono, but I do like it when it's a little bit more sanded, because that resampling that we did tends to introduce quite a bit of sort of like width and extra little bits. Is there a way to point Ableton to additional VST folders? Yeah, you can just go into your settings. Let me save. Then hit Control, comma. Right here, in your plugins tab, you have your custom folder right here. So you can set a custom folder right there, if you want. Like, you've got your VST2 folder and your VST3 custom folders that you can set it to. And if you really just, you know, put it into a different folder, then all you have to do is just reinstall it. That's all you have to do. If you have any presets or something that you made or anything like that, I would make sure to just back them up just to be safe. But after that, you can just reinstall and just install it in the right location and you should be good. If we have something in that pitch with a sort of like a bit more aggressive sound, then we should be good. And that one also works. No, it's not good enough. Just because it's such a small that the file is way too long for me to properly do this. Ooh. That one is kind of weird. So we can also get the right pitch by changing the pitch of the note. So if we find one that has a nice sound, then we can also change that to the right note. So we just have find a different one. I mean, I guess I can. I mean, this one does kind of sound cool, but in context. No, see, it's too similar to that one. Need one that changes. So, E. I mean, that's better. It's kind of cool. Just the last one needs to be different. I'm automating the start position in pigments on this granular thing here. So we have a granular resample of the A version of the drop of the A section, which is right here. Okay. We're getting somewhere with this one. Let's get rid of this. Let's copy that. Let's go and do. We have a copy here that is just for saving, basically. Let's do this and copy that. Okay, so here I feel this one needs to change now. Oh. Like, it sounds good, but I think if we change this one here. That's the one for the end. Right around there. So right around 24-ish. Yes. Totally. Control save, yeah, good one. I need to piss again. Yeah, so you can hear, like, in the first half of the drop, there's a whole bunch of gaps. Like, there needs to be sort of like a sustain bass, which is kind of like a Reese, maybe, just sort of like filling up those gaps, and just some other, like interesting ear candy bass parts that just fill up those gaps there in between. Um, and just every now and then there needs to be some other elements, like maybe some riser or some sweep or some other elements just to fill it up. But I'm not really too concerned with that at the moment. I'm more concerned about getting the entire structure of this track done, because I feel if I don't, that's when I get stuck every time. I need to work my way through the track and just get the whole full thing done so that I can then go back to it and then tweak things and add little things and just throw shit in and see if it works, and if it doesn't work, just get it out of it again. But as long as the thing is there, the main idea is entirely done, then I kind of, won't get stuck on it, and I won't get tired of it either. I don't want to get caught up too much in like making this section entirely perfect, because then I'm gonna have that when you work on the next section, then everything you do is not gonna sound good enough because you've worked so much on the first half that the second half of the drop you're comparing like a thing you've spent maybe 50 hours on to something that you've spent maybe 2 hours on, right? So it's not gonna compare to each other. So I want to make sure that I'm not spending too much time on either section, because yeah, then I do tend to get stuck. Because then I get that thing of where you just add something and you're like, it's not good enough. But in reality, it could be good enough. It's just that you need to work longer on it, you know? Yeah, and it's also good to get the idea sort of like out of there, so that if the idea is good and you can get that out of there and just have that saved as a version, and then if you get back to it to work more on it to make it better, save it as a new version first. First thing you do, save it as a new version and then start working, so that afterwards you can just bounce both project files, compare them A to B, and tell yourself, is it actually better? And if it's not, go back to the previous version of the project, because there's so many times when you have that, when you just, especially when you get to the point where you have the main idea done and it's just about like, okay, so how can I make this idea as good as possible, right? Then it's like, okay, what if I do this, what if I do that? And not everything you try is gonna work. So it's definitely a good idea to keep sort of like different versions along the way. That's something I always do. Hello, artifacts. Can you please help me with a plugin to help me with music theory for someone who doesn't know anything about music? Um, I would say watch some videos on YouTube about music theory. It's probably gonna help you a lot more. Um, just watch some videos about like the basic music theory stuff. Like if you really know nothing, then just go look into major and minor scales first of all. Just do that. And try and learn that, because that's basically, then you're kind of like most of the way there. If you know major and minor scales, then you kind of are most of the way there. From that, from there on, it's just like, to be honest, that's kind of what you need for making music. Just know what like a major scale is, what a minor scale is, and how to make it. That's the only thing you really need to know. And from that moment on, everything else is just, it can help, but it's not needed. But I mean, there's a couple of good tools to use. Hook theory is pretty good. It's a website actually. It's not a plugin, I think. Maybe they have a plugin. They have a whole bunch of stuff, but Hook Theory is it's a website that where you basically have a whole tool where you can just create chord progressions and all that kind of stuff, and look up chord progressions from all kinds of famous tunes. So you might look up a tune that you like and see like, oh, what chord progression did they use? And just see if like, okay, and you can see which note the chords are made out of, and that's pretty helpful actually. Um, I normally transfer my samples to melody, but it gives me the notes, but it's not perfect. No, it's not perfect. Totally. Let me just grab the link. Hook theory. It's I'm not affiliated with them whatsoever, but I've used their website every now and then as well. There's a whole bunch of tools on the website. Not everything is free, but there's a whole bunch of free tools as well. Yo, why is there a police helicopter with a searchlight above my house? Yo, what you doing? Okay, okay. It's flying over. It's not stopping here, but was it a real, actual police helicopter with a searchlight? Hmm, interesting. But there's some good stuff on that website. Let me bring it on screen so you guys can see. Um, there's right here at the top, I think you've got resources, and then there's some good things here. What was the like you have the what is that? Yeah, that's for like getting the chords of a track. Like see, you can or the melody. See, this is the melody and that's the chords. And if you click that, you probably will get the chords as well. You can probably see the chords if you go that. Oh, if you play it, then you will see the chords light up here. If you click it, then you can probably see the entire thing. So you get this open in HookPad. If you open that, you can, for instance, see. Now it opens that software. Yeah. And you can just, well, it's not loading the song for some reason, but in here, you can basically just add chords. So let's say you are in the key of, what are we? C sharp minor, D flat minor, C sharp minor, okay. And then you just get all your chords here. So you can just say we have C sharp to F sharp to A to that. But we want to have the one with the, what is it? The, that one. And you can get like all the different inversions of the chords as well. So you can say like, oh, I want a ninth chord. You can try out like all the different options of those chords as well. And then you can just export this as a MIDI file. There's a whole bunch of options here. There's all these different tools. There's a lot, actually. And you can also go for, like, I don't know, you have, like, all these different tools, like popular chord progressions and all that stuff. Entire progressions. You can just grab a whole bunch of tools, and it's definitely going to help you to learn a bunch of stuff. And then on the website as well, there's all kinds of, I'm not sure, how do we go back to the website? There we go. Like on here, there's so many different like posts and different resources of like information about music theory. So it's definitely a helpful thing to have to know about. They search the can that you can drink from Japan. What? What are you talking about? Fresh Prod. What are you talking about? To the chopper. Yeah. Oh, they search the can. That's what you mean. How's their music database? There's quite a lot of stuff on there, actually. Um, I haven't been on here in a while, to be honest. I think it was trends. Oh yeah, you have this thing as well. You can say like we are in whatever major key. C sharp minor would be D flat major. I'm not sure, but no, it's not. E. So you can say we start with C sharp minor, okay, and then what would be the most logical chord after it? Or the most often used chord, A, from the looks of it. And then you get songs with that progression. So you can literally just go like, okay, apparently E is very often used after that. And you get song, oh, apparently Adele has used it. Armin van Buuren. You know, you get all these different songs and you can just listen to it and just open those then up again in that other tool that they have, which is kind of cool. If they load though, like they weren't loading just now. But yeah, Cthulhu by Extra Records is a bit older. It's a bit of an older plugin, but it's definitely a nice arpeggiator and a chord generator. Scalar is nice. Yeah, I haven't used that one, so I don't really know. I don't really have a lot of MIDI tools. Like right now, I just have my MIDI controller and I have skill tools on my MIDI controller. There's an arpeggiator and a sequencer in my MIDI controller, so I don't really need them anymore. I can just and I. And having the skill tool on my MIDI controller is really nice because it has lights that light up above the keys that tell me what the skill is. So it's really good for learning the skill. It's just really nice. I just select whatever skill I'm using, and within a couple of minutes, I've got that entire skill memorized. And I mean, it's not that hard, in my opinion, to learn a skill anyway. Like if I am picking a skill that I'm gonna work in, I just look it up, and sometimes I don't even have to look it up. Like if it's a minor skill, for instance, I just know it. I can just figure it out. But if it's like a weird skill, then yeah, I might want to look it up. But it usually only takes me like maybe a minute or something to memorize it. It's only like what, max 7, 8 notes. I can remember that. That takes maybe a minute to figure that out, and it's just sit behind the controller, just go like, okay, that is it, and just do it a couple of times, and then before you know it, you have it. So it's just like, and then you just play around with it, you know. I learned so much more by sitting behind my MIDI controller and just playing than than learning stuff about music theory, than looking at like music theory stuff. I learned so much more by just playing. And I'm not a good player, but it's just, I don't know, it's you learn a lot more, but it definitely helps to know the basics of music theory, which would be like major scales and minor scales, and from there it's kind of like everything else is just extra, I guess. Best plugin to process vocals besides compression? Totally depends on the vocal. But I would say any vocal is going to need some reverb, and it's probably also going to need some EQ, and probably going to need some de-essing. So they already got a bunch of tools that you're going to need. Unless the person just sings really nice, then you might not need an EQ. You might not need a de-esser, but a reverb you probably will need, or a delay, depending on what you want to do. So that's why I say it really depends. You know, depends what the vocalists sound like. The vocalist has a particular sound in their voice that you want to get rid of, or maybe they have a very bassy voice and you want to tone that down. Yeah, then you need a different tool, right? So it's like you need to look at it from a basically case by case, I would say. Well, I'm not gonna listen right now. I'm on stream, so I'm not gonna do that. But you're free to join my Discord. You're free to join my Discord, and I'll actually wake the bot up real quick before I go take a piss. And you're also free to support me on Patreon if you want. There you can grab samples and other kind of stuff. You get access to my videos. I already dropped a new video on Patreon right now, which is about synthesizing kick drums. Then we're gonna do a video about synthesizing snares, which I'm currently working on. And yeah, a whole bunch more videos coming up, actually. I've been thinking about other videos about drum and bass drums. There's quite a few videos coming up, I think. So, yeah, I'll play the thing that we have so far, because I need to go take a piss. You guys can listen to it, I guess, with this thing. I'll just copy it real quick, so that you have a full drop. Or somewhat of a full drop. And then I'll just do this real quick. Right here, the shaker's cut out, and we get a right. We'll just add the right in here. I'll be back in just a bit. Okay. Synthesizing snares, oh man, difficult stuff, can't wait for that. It's actually, I don't find it that difficult. This snare drum that we have in this track is actually made in that session? No, I think I made this on a stream or off stream, but I made this in a very similar way. It's basically the same process as how I made this snare drum. Which sounded like that. I have like a bunch of them actually that I made. That one. That one. There's a bunch of them that I was making. But I'll be putting that video on Patreon as soon as I've got it edited, because I'm working on that at the moment. I'm not really up for collabs at the moment. Busy with my own music. Okay, we're gonna have a little bit of reverb on this layer, just a tiny touch, because it's a bit too dry compared to the rest. So I'm just gonna put it after the ozone. Just take like a tiny, teeny bit of reverb. That's already too much. Ah, I know what's different. There's something different and I hear it. It's probably this one. Yeah. That's actually nice. Somewhere in between these two would be good. So maybe something like this. Oh! Wait. Second drop idea. Okay. We know, you know what we need to do now? Move you out of the way. We're gonna get to that at some point, but that's gonna be when the track is sort of like roughly structured. We're gonna have move this one out of the way as well. So we're gonna have drop here, breakdown, build, second drop. So we're gonna have this, put it right here. Let's take this entire thing, put that right there. And then we can basically just duplicate this pigments here. Or no, not even. We're not gonna duplicate it. We're just gonna we can just automate that time. It's literally just going from dotted 8 to dotted 16. Which is sounding so fucking nice. That's gonna be such a nice addition for the second drop. So then here, this one needs to go to dotted 16. We need to open this up so we can see. Just up a little. Is that already enough? No. Is that dotted 16? There we go. Then let's just go in here. And this one, we can do the same thing. So we can take this, which, oh wait, this one is set to, why did I do that? So stupid. Why did I do this? This is so dumb. So dumb. Let's do this. Let's do that. Copy it to here. And then here we can automate this. So we can do trigger, then dotted. Then we need dotted 8 node on the first part. And then the second part we need a dotted 16. 16. Dotted 16. There we go. And then we need to alter this shape a little bit. So we need to just do this. Oh boy. Let's just quickly build this out because hey, we're now sort of like getting there anyway. Have this one right there. Let's take this. Just take this entire thing. We're just gonna drop that here. Actually, no. We're gonna take this entire section. We'll stick that right there. So now what do we have? Let's have a little listen to what we have now. Save. Pigments, honestly, I'm so amazed with it. It's such a good granular synth. Like it's so much more than a granular synth, but as a granular synth, it's so good. It's like it doesn't have a lot of the very advanced features that some granular synths tend to have. Like there's a couple of granular synths out there that are like more catered or more marketed towards like film composers and film sound designers. Like the professional market for that. There's one called, what was it called again? Something X, I think. Grain X? No, not that. Something like that. But it's like it has like super advanced features, and it has like, I don't know, it can generate up to 32 different streams of grains at once and stuff like that, and it's like crazy. It's also super heavy on your computer. It's not a VST, it's a separate piece of software, so it's not going to be, you know, nicely integrated in your software. Um, and it's too much, right? You don't need that if you're making music. Yeah, maybe if you're designing for film, you might need it, but even then, you probably don't need it. Like, sometimes stuff like that can also be overkill. What you just need is something that generates nice sounds, right? And hey, Pigments does that perfectly fine. The one thing that I really like is that you can time sync. the granular engine. You don't have to set it to hertz values. You can actually time sync it, and you can use like ratios as well for like the length of the grain. So you can set the grain size to like be tempo synced, and then you can set the length of the grain to be a ratio of that BPM, so that it's always gonna have sort of like a synced length as well, which is really cool. A lot of granular synths don't have that. They just allow you to do it by hertz, which is cool. You can fine tune it, but it's a pain in the ass, right? If you can just tempo sync it like I'm doing here, you can see what I'm doing. I'm just automating the time, and now we go from this second drop into we're just gonna have to tweak it so that we get the right positions, because you can hear it's not exactly right, and that's because it's just the file that I threw into Pigments is so gigantically long. I might actually, honestly, just bounce a couple of shorter sections of this long file that is 26 minutes long. Just bounce like a couple of sections of like 1 or 2 minutes, and then just import those into Pigments, because then it's going to be so much easier to find a good position, because now I need to hold shift, and I can find like on one position, like if I go to here, like this section right here is set to 0.19. On 0.19, I can probably find 10 different sounds by holding shift and just dragging my mouse slightly up and down. That's how long that file is, because there's actually more values after this. There's like 0.191, 0.192, 0.193. You just don't see it. Ableton doesn't show you that. But if you hold shift and then drag your mouse while you're moving this up and down, you can hear that even though the value is not changing that you see, you can hear that it's changing. So you can actually get probably like 10 or 20 different sounds on one value that it's showing you. And that's because that file is so long. So if I put a little bit of a shorter file in it, then it's going to be a lot easier. So I might actually do that, but I'll probably do that off stream, because I don't want to go sit here and chop that file up into a bunch of different sections. Can you hear bit the sample? Oh yeah, sure. It's just this first half resampled. It's just this. But then with this on it, so if we turn that on, there you go. So it's basically just that Portal and Silo on it, and that created a really long file. So, and here we have all these different bits. I threw this one in it, this really loud one. That one has like, but I only took a small section. I already made it shorter in Pigment, so I only took like this section, I think, of the file, something like that. Yeah, that seems about right. Maybe a little shorter, maybe something like this is what I took. So from here to there. But there's actually other sounds later on in that thing, so I might actually want to, you know, make a second instance of Pigments as well, where I move to a different section of the file, because then I get a whole bunch of new options that I can use. It's just, there's so much options in that file now. Like if you listen to this, like if I put this one to the drums, so that's gonna be right there. Right there, and then mute all of this, we're just gonna have a drop as well. That's just gonna be different all the time because it's all the pigments resampling. So it's just get and see, there's going to be a lot of good things in here that we can chop out to fill up sections in this version of it. See? So it's like... And in here, there's so many different things. Because if we go to here, for instance... And some sections, you might say, oh, that thing that I hear is nice, but then I also hear the main bass. Yeah, but I also have this file. And here... This is just a granular output. So listen to what's in there. Like, there's a lot of really interesting stuff in there. See, this is also good for the intro. Use these bits in the intro, like these short bits here, for instance. This is a section where there's a couple of nice short bits. Use those in the intro, and because they're made from the main bass, or the main... Yeah, it's kind of like a bass and a lead synth in one. But because they're made from that, it's gonna work so well. You're introducing the bass right in the intro, but because it's a resampled version, it kind of has the same tone, but it sounds smaller, and it's just, it sounds weird. It's like you can't really put your finger on it. Like, how did you make that, right? If you like, yes, if you hear this, you're probably gonna go like, oh yeah, that's granular synthesis. But if you just have like, let's say a little chop, let's say that by itself, you're not really gonna think to yourself, oh, hey, that's granular synthesis. Somebody that's gonna go and thinks to himself, hey, I want to make that sound, is probably gonna go, how am I gonna make that in Serum, right? They're probably not gonna think of granular synthesis unless you hear the full file. So you can take like little chops of this, and that can just be a bass hit, right? It can just be a little extra synth hit, or these could be little extra shuffle fill bits, right? And there's so many options. Little fill sections here. Right? It's gonna be... Something like that would be really difficult to make with just... Purely with just a regular synth like Serum. Like, I wish you good luck, but... And that's why I like granular synthesis. It's just... Like that. It's like there is an arpeggio pattern going on, but... Like underneath it, we can hear slightly what's underneath it. It's just a single bass hit. So whatever is happening here, it's coming from somewhere else in the pattern. It's not coming from this, because under this is just like a single step sound, just a warm room. Right? So it's like, it's making patterns by itself. If you get what I mean. It's just taking bits from all over the place in this file. And it's putting shit together. It's just doing random shit as well. It's changing the speed of the granular engine and shit. So you get like the speed changes, and then suddenly there's like a pattern where it goes, instead of doing like whoop whoop whoop, it just suddenly does bloop, bloop, you know, something weird, and then that can be so cool. There can be just it's those happy accidents that are gonna make, in my opinion, the best sounds. Like, for instance, even that, like that one works so well after that one. Dun, dun. It's like the perfect end. And then there's other sections where it's bigger again, because I started messing with the shape inside Serum of the patch that I fed into it, because we have this patch here. See, that's the patch that it's literally a saw wave with a filter on it. That's it. It's a saw wave with a filter, bit of distortion, compression, another filter to clean that up again, and an EQ that's not really doing anything. And I started messing with this shape. That's just playing the filter here. So here we get a more spacious kind of thing. Like that could also work in the intro. I think I put Portal on it there. Whoo! Ho ho! And they're also, you know, I resampled it without the reverb. I always advise you to do that as well. Like, this is what I resampled. This is what it actually sounds like. See, that reverb is from Silo, so that's coming from the granular Silo, but... So I can really easily chop it up. I don't have to chop up any reverb tails here, and then the reverb is still here, so it's actually still in real time. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here and a lot of good stuff. So that's definitely gonna be fun. But let's just listen to what we have now. Because that's pretty much already getting to full tune length. 4 minute 50. Hey, that's not bad. We already got a lot more done today than I thought we were gonna get done. And you can hear, like that synth, that intro synth, is just a sort of like smaller version of the main synth that I quickly made. But I probably... let's see, I don't think everything is turned on now. Turn that on. Yeah, everything is... but I just did that quickly because I thought, oh, in the intro I need a smaller version of the main synth, so I quickly made a smaller version. But in that resampled file, there's all the smaller sounding hits that we need to build that pattern that I have there. So I probably am going to completely remove that smaller version and just build it out of weird hits from that granular resample file, because those sound so much better. It's just, you know, you start with a really basic sound, put that on it, just Silo or Portal or something like that, and it's instantly making that basic sound a lot more interesting. And that's why I love tools like that. It's like anything that does something like that. Same with like some of those spectral processing plugins. They're great for that kind of stuff because they just mess with the sound in a way that you can't really predict that easily, and you're just forcing happy accidents to happen, basically. You're just telling your doll, here, do it. just make the cool shit happen. Just do it for me. I just twist some shit, I just twist some knobs, and you just spit shit out. And you'll most of the time end up with good stuff. Like it might not be what you actually needed, but might still be useful in a different track. And sometimes it leads you to a completely different result. That might actually be cooler. Yeah, the riser I don't really like here, but it's temporary. Just placeholder riser. Dun 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 dun. I also think a vocal on it is gonna be really cool. Like I can rap in terms of timing. My voice isn't a good voice for rapping, I think, but my timing is alright. I just can't write lyrics for shit. So I would need somebody to make me vocals. Okay. Like, there's definitely a lot of stuff that needs to be filled up, but that's fine. That's stuff we can do. Let's grab a section of the drums. I'm gonna take this section here. Let's have the drums continue. But I mean, from now on, it's basically just working on variation and working on making things more interesting. Like, I don't know, layer on top of it here, something. We also missed okay, there we go. Let's make this one good. Let's work on this one. So we have this. That's almost good. It's almost good. Can't make it bigger. Okay. It's almost good. Need to probably move it slightly up so that it catches, because it's playing back a little bit shorter now, so there we go. See, it's still saying the same value. It's still saying 0.19, but it sounds a lot brighter suddenly. See, we need to catch the same tone as what it has here. Oh. Then the next part. That one sounds good. Okay, that one doesn't though. There we go. Next section we have here. Almost good. There we go. Audio automation values upscaled in the VST. I think, yeah. Actually, I think there's just more values in Ableton as well, because I can see the line moving up and down. The line is moving slightly when I do this. It's just that the values are not represented on the little tooltip that it shows you. But right here, we've actually got 2 values. See? We've got 3 decimal values instead of 2. So there is actually more. And I think Ableton actually has 3 decimal values as well. You just don't see it. For some reason. Whew, that's so energetic though now. Like, the drums need to be more filled up and a bit more interesting, but that's something we can work on, right? That's not something too important for now. This is a lot more important than the drums, because what this is doing and how everything sounds around the drums is also going to dictate what the drums need to do. Sounds kind of cool. It's just that it's so low, but we'll see if it works. It doesn't really matter too much. Like, there's the upper synth layer anyway, so you're gonna hear it. Just might not sound too bassy on some speakers, but... So that is just the same as this. Then we get the same as this. But then we got something different. Huh. Sounds good already, but I don't think it's the right section. It needs to go up slightly. Well, maybe it actually was in the right spot. There we go. It actually sounds quite cool with that low pass kind of thing. But let's see if we do... Yeah, I also was thinking about that. So more. See, that's already too much. Now it's already going pretty quick. It's like that file is just too long. See, it's just not doing it nicely. So you can see it as well. Like it's set to 0.23, but if I do edit value, look very clearly at the dot. 0.23. Bam. It jumped quite a bit. So there is actually different values in between. Can I? And then here to this. Bum, 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 bum. Might have to in serum here. Might have to turn that anchor thing off. Doesn't matter. So I'm thinking right here at the end. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that needs to be happening on the top layer. Ooh, that could be a good one. Totally works. Like we're getting somewhere with this. Okay, we can probably copy quite a bit of them, if not all. Let's just do all. Okay, let's see. Like that one. What if we do something like that? See, we can make it a bit shorter using the grain shape, so we can maybe automate that so it gets bigger over time. So we're slowly but surely making progress. Let's just go up all the way here. We also might have to do something like that. It's a dotted 16, so what is that? It's this, probably. Make this last one. Is it right here? Sample start. Right there. Single hit right there. Like this is it's dotted 8 note, yeah, okay. Like same thing with that last one there. I think that one also could just be like yes. Like maybe just all of them. I like it. What if we just go slow on the last one? Yeah, that might just be good. Just slow, and then we need to bring this one down ever so slightly. Go. This could just actually become this one as well. Eventually, I might just go like, you know what? I'm just gonna put you there. And just make a variation on it for the second drop, you know? That could also work. But we're getting somewhere with this one. This is definitely starting to sound cool. What if we just do this? Okay, I like that, but I think this one is a bit too big. So, grain envelope shape, yes. So we're gonna zoom in. We can just make a point here. Kick drum. Kick drum. Literally just... That's it. It's not that complicated, mate. Volume, envelope, right here. See, pretty short. 8 note long here, but this is set to halfway, so it's like a 16th note long. Pitch envelope, 16th note long. Another pitch envelope for the click at the start, quite fast. These are also, yeah, this one is like that. And then another one, this is for the noise click, so for the extra noise on the transient. That's basically it. That's it. A little bit of tube distortion. Just bringing the level up. Bit of EQ here. And then there's this layer, which I thought was kind of cool. Which is just noise with some volume automation. And then that, which is a very fast LFO controlling the level of the range of that one applying to that. You can see LFO 2 is controlling LFO 1, the depth of that range. That just adds a little bit of a rattle into it, like that is then just running into a little bit of saturation on the group without it. And with it, that's literally it. It's not that complicated. It can be a lengthy process because it's all about tweaking the pitch envelopes and the speeds and all of that. It's all about tweaking the rate of all of that stuff. Like this one, all of these, I'm not gonna touch any of this because if I do, it's gonna completely change the kick. Like, move any of these points around and it's completely gonna change, or any of the curves, it's gonna change. It's gonna get a different tone, or some of the other transients or the other pitch envelope might suddenly interact differently with this one. Like this one is stacked up on top of this, so basically you need to see it like this. You have this shape, and then actually on top of this point right here, there's actually a really sort of like an extra thing. If there was another sort of like part of the graph here, then there would have been sort of like another point here that goes like that, really short on the pitch envelope as well. So it's like two envelopes controlling the pitch, but just so you get a bit more control. Like you can, I can show it really easy without tweaking the patch. Like if I go in here, because there's really not that much modulation happening. So it's like volume, pitch. So you got your regular kick kind of sound, and this is that second one coming in. Pretty subtle, actually. And then there's the noise. There you go. But I mean, this probably took me like probably an hour as well. Not gonna lie. Especially with the noise on top and getting that right. Like, that probably took me at least an hour. And then the snare drum is kind of the same thing. I didn't do it in this project, but I took a sample that I made earlier, but it's the same thing. I also did the same thing with Serum and basically made a snare drum with that. So that's just a Serum snare. That's what it is. Shifting it up a little bit because we are in a different key. But that's the same kind of process. It's the exact same process. The only difference is that the noise volume shape is going to be a much longer one. That is like has a much longer tail, and the pitch of the sine wave is going to be higher. But other than that, it's almost exactly the same. I usually turn the sine wave for a snare drum. I turn the sine wave fundamental into like a rounded square. But other than that, it's kind of the exact same process. Just one LFO for your volume envelope of the fundamental, one LFO for the volume envelope of the noise, and then one very short pitch envelope on the start of your snare drum fundamental, and that's gonna give it the snap. And then it's all about tweaking the envelopes and tweaking the maybe some filter movement on the noise and stuff like that. But other than that, it's just basically that. The process is basically very simple. It's just there's so much tweaking involved to get them right. And with the snare drum synths, I do have a couple of interesting tricks, because if you listen to this snare, like, it does sound like there is a bit of a resonance in it, like an acoustic resonance, even though it's quite a digital snare, like, but it sounds like there's a resonance in there, but that resonance is not coming from a sample. That resonance was done with synthesis as well, or synthesis with processing, I would say. Okay. How late is it? It's time to near the end of the stream, but we've done quite a bit. I definitely need to do a lot of work on the intro now. The intro is not good at all yet. The first half of the drop needs quite a bit of work, I think. It needs a bit of work to make it more interesting. Just add some spice, maybe some extra layers here and there. Maybe there could be like maybe a little bit of a more sustained, or maybe not even sustained. Maybe I should just make a more, I guess, a longer version of that main bass sound, so that I can use it as kind of like a one that swells in a little bit more, and then use that as well every now and then. Kind of use that same sound, but then in a more sustained way, I guess. Just to fill it up every now and then, because we have some gaps in the drop, which definitely need some stuff. But I can also put some of those granular things in there. I mean, I have plenty of stuff here to make it interesting, I think. It's just from this moment on, I guess we have the track pretty much fleshed out. Hands in the chat for that. Can I at least congratulate myself for doing that today? Yeah, I thought for today I had a plan of like, maybe I can just hopefully get the first drop to sound good, or at least sound sort of like sketched out. You know, make it at least fully sketched out in the up until the end of the first drop. I mean, it's not fully done because like this section is just copy paste, but at least the second drop sounds a bit different. The first half is exactly the same. That's something I need to change, but the second half sounds different already, so that's good. You already have some variation there. I also need to do all the effects and stuff. Some sweeps, some extra risers maybe here and there. Replace the riser that we have, because the riser that we have isn't really that good. But again, that could maybe work. Maybe just resample some of the granular hits that we have, resample them with some long reverb on it, and then take that version and put that in a sampler to make some rises out of it. Again, I'm gonna make the sounds out of something that I already have, that is also made from something in the track, so it should work. I'm still thinking about what kind of vocal we can do. Like that was a gap. There we need something. That one sounds so shit. I need to use the granular bits for that one. And here I want to do sort of like a chopped up version of this thing, so that I kind of tease it a little bit instead of having the full thing here. And we need a variation now in this second half. But I think I know what we can do here. Like, I'm gonna use the granular bits for that. But I'm thinking in this half, what I can do is, I think in this first half, what I want to do is I just want to use some of the granular bits and just sprinkle them in. Just you know, a couple of cool hits here and there. And maybe replace a couple of the hits of this thing. And there needs to be a couple of variations in the notes, probably towards the end here, because it just sounds a little bit too cheesy towards the end every now and then. But that's just, you know, I need to put some work into the transitions of all these sections. But you can hear that there's gaps there in the transitions, and that's where all the work really needs to go into. And then, like I said, I want to tease it in the build. I don't want to have the full pattern in the build like I have it in the drop. I want to kind of tease it a little bit with some of the hits that I have in that long resampled file. Um, get that sort of like done, and then I can do maybe a different build in the second half because I have plenty of hits that I can chop up. And if not, then I can make more because I have the whole thing here that I used. So I can make more if I need to, but I don't think I have to since seeing I have 26 minutes times 2. And then we have the second drop. And I think what could be cool here is taking the same granular bits as well, but then doing some rhythmic stutters with it. So like repeating a couple of the hits instead of having like in the first half I want to do like some hits that are not like repeated, but like just a couple of hits that sound cool together. And then in the second drop, take like a couple of hits that also sound cool, but then like stutter them up a bit. So you get like maybe on dotted eights or on 8 notes or dotted 16s. Just put those in every now and then so the second drop gets a bit more rhythmic, maybe. Um, I have plenty of ideas for this one now. It's like I'm gonna make a whole list of all the ideas that I have as soon as I end the stream, so that I don't forget them. And I think this tune is definitely gonna be one for the EP. Like this has the sound that I'm going for. It has that same kind of sound, like it fits the other tracks, right? Those ones where I was talking about, they all have something in the bass that makes the bass, or the bass is in a lot of the tracks I've been making that I think are EP worthy for the EP that I want to release. Um, and I actually have quite a few of them now, so that's good. I just need to finish those now. I think I have. I guess this is the fifth one, so that means that's probably EP. So I just need to finish those 5 now. Um, it's like they all have a bass line that is in some kind of way harmonized with a layer, whereas to the point where it almost conveys a chord sometimes. And that is happening in this one as well again. So, but again, it's doing it in a different way than the other tracks were doing it. So that's cool too. I like that it's all sort of like they're all doing a similar thing, but doing it different, which is nice. Um, and I still have so many other ideas for future things in this same kind of thing with that same technique. There's so many different things I can do. So I have plenty of options for future tracks. Might have found my sound, if you get what I mean. I like these kind of things though. I've been really enjoying writing these tracks. Um, a lot more than all the other tracks that I've been writing in the last few years. Like that's I've been talking about this earlier in a couple of other streams as well. Um, I feel like a lot of times on the end of the stream we kind of get into this discussion a little bit, into this conversation. But I definitely I just notice it, right? I just notice it that it just I have a lot more fun with these kind of tracks than I have with when I'm trying to in a couple of years I was just trying to sound like that artist or that artist or that artist, and it's cool to learn, but I wasn't having fun, right? And now I'm having fun with these tracks. I might still get stuck every now and then, but that's fine. Just gotta push through. Just gotta push through, But I'm having a lot of fun writing these tracks, and I like the sound of them. I like, even though they might not be perfectly done yet, I like where they're going, and I'm not getting tired of them. And that's a really good sign. Do you ever use the Ableton thing where you hum a melody and it makes the MIDI? Um, I don't. If I do, then I don't use the Ableton tool for it. If I do, then I would hum it in, and then I would put Melodyne on it, and I would let Melodyne analyze it, because Melodyne is much better at analyzing the audio. It gives me a much cleaner result. It's still gonna give me a result where there's like a lot of short notes. Even if there's like a long sustained note, it'll most of the time give you a bunch of short notes that are just repeated. But it's still much more accurate than what Ableton spits out. But Melodyne is not cheap, so I'll give you that. But I find I don't really do it that much anymore with Melodyne. Only when I really have a difficult file. Like, let's say I'm working with some ethnic vocals or something that do some really weird pitching, like because they might be microtonal or something like that. That might throw me off because I'm not too comfortable with that kind of stuff. I love vocals like that, but I'm not too comfortable with any weird tunings and shit. Um, so in that kind of instance, Melodyne can really help to kind of see exactly where it is, because Melodyne is so accurate in displaying like what the pitch is doing. Um, but or I try at least to do it most of the time just by ear, just by taking like maybe a synth or like just a very simple synth, like a sine wave or a triangle wave or maybe a saw, and just using that to kind of find whatever note it is. If you use your ears, it might not be easy, but the more you do that, the easier it's going to get. And at some point, it's just going to be like for me now. And I know a couple of people who've been watching me quite often and notice that in the last few months or maybe the last year or so, I've gotten so much better at finding the pitch of things. Like back in the day, I would be having so many struggles finding the pitch of something if it was not labeled. I was always like, oh, thank God there was such a thing as Melodyne, um, because I was using that more than I was actually doing it with my ears. But now I'm doing it with my ears a lot, and I'm getting so much better at it that now I almost get to the point where I sometimes just go like, is that an E? And then I play it, and it's like, oh, I was right, and I have that more and more. Or I'll be like, is that an E? And then I play an E, and then it's like, oh no, and then it was a D sharp or something like that. Whereas before, I would not be able to do that at all. So that really helps. It's making me also that also helps to have more fun, I guess, when I'm making music because now everything seems to, at least I'm still not a quick producer, but it's getting slightly better. This track was kind of made in 2 days now, even though it's not completely done. This thing that we have now was kind of made in 2 days, 2 evenings, because it didn't do anything this afternoon. What you said earlier is super true. Just simply spending time listening in front of keys, teachers, or brain. Yeah, it's the same thing with like learning music theory or learning stuff like, yeah, music theory is helpful, but in the end, music theory is not something that you need to play music. Like, there's people who know nothing about music theory but are really good players. They just do it all by feeling. They just do it all by just muscle memory and just practice, just knowing and just experimenting and just knowing what sounds good and what works, you know? And yes, along the way, you most of the time will then also get to the point where you at least learn a little bit of music theory. Like, I would say everybody who's good at playing on a piano knows music theory, at least to a little degree. They might not know a lot. Like, there's probably jazz improv pianists out there who don't know all that much theory, that just do it all by feeling. They just know, maybe they will know the basics, like minor, major chords and stuff like that. And they probably will know like about 7 chords and stuff like that. But you can go so deep in music theory, and they don't know all of that. Probably there's probably a lot more just experience involved and just muscle memory than actual music theory knowledge. It can help to describe what you're doing. Like if you wanna transcribe something and show it to other people and say like, here, this is how you play it, and this is the notes. Yeah, then it can help a lot. But it's not something that you really need, especially when you're making electronic music. I would say for what I'm doing right now, where there's definitely some kind of more melodic thing involved, it definitely helps to know a little bit, but you don't need that much. You had like a Japanese cinematic production stream, but I can't find it. Unless I'm tripping. Could be a while ago. Not sure if it's still up. Um, there might still be a few videos that are unlisted or private. Um, I had to put all the videos from private back to unlisted. Um, and then add them to a playlist. Maybe YouTube has skipped them, one of them as a bug or something. I don't know. I have to check. I actually have another idea for a tune. I found some vocals that I want to use, and I guess since this one is close to getting done, I mean it needs to be better, but I already have an idea for the next one. There's a vocal that I found. Since you mentioned Japanese stuff, I want to make a track that is really going to be influenced by Japanese instruments. I do want to really do a lot of processing and a lot of resampling with those instruments, but I kind of want to do another. How are we gonna call these kind of bass lines, where it's like a lead and a bass sort of like interacting together with distortion to create the main sort of like bass lead pattern, whatever it is. How are you gonna call that, a poly bass? Because it's kind of polyphonic. Um, I guess people call things like that color bass now, don't they? But color bass kind of is just the pitch map vocoder thing now, I think. But I want to do one where I want to try use like maybe a kodo or a shamisen or something like that, or maybe a shakuhachi flute, and use that as sort of like the mid layer in a bass, and then distort it together with like some sub and some things to kind of create sort of like another variation on this, but built out of multiple instruments that are not just coming from it, like it's not coming from one patch, it's just made from multiple instruments. It's probably gonna have to be a resampled version of like some Japanese instruments. And I probably want to use some, like, I don't know, like a Japanese scale. Could be fun. Yeah, I have a really good library. It's by Sonica, I think. It's a 13 string koto instrument. It's super good. They have a bunch of libraries. They have a flute, a shakuhachi flute. They have the shamisen, an actual. They sampled the tsuguru, or what is it? Tsugaru shamisen, I think it is. And then they have the koto as well, which great libraries. They're so good. And then I have like a good taiko library as well, so I can use that for like some nice percussive stuff. I can do a whole tune with like inspired by those sounds, and then take like a scale from that, and then combine it with electronic instruments, of course. I have a nice idea for that. I think could be quite fun. Yeah, Sonica makes some pretty good libraries for like ethnic instruments. They have some really good stuff. Like not just the Japanese ones. I think they have other ones as well. Um, and I don't have any of the other ones because I'm not. I was mostly interested in the Japanese ones. I got them when I was doing the City Skylines videos, and I needed to make background music for that. I needed like Japanese instruments for it. Um, so that's and they're super good for that. They sound really realistic, and there's so many different articulations, like all the different types of picking and stuff, and like with the koto as well. There's like the different fingers that you can pick with, because every finger you pick with has like a slightly different tension that I guess you put on the string, so the sound is slightly different. So you get like it's really cool. And it has all those articulations and the like vibrato on the strings, and it sounds amazing. So I'm just thinking about that. And then combining it with some silo, some portal, you know, put some taiko percussion, get combine it with like some traditional Japanese skill. I don't know, maybe Iwato skill, or what is the other one? Insen or something like that. It's also the Yo skill, I believe, but that's, I think, major. Um, I think Iwato is quite dissonant. It's kind of cool. You're gonna get that sort of like sound, and yeah, the vocals that I found are amazing. It's also it's not necessarily singing. Well, it is singing, but it's actually an old traditional Japanese sort of like vocal art called Shigen, and it's kind of like reciting old traditional poems, and they do that in like a really sort of like hauntingly singing way, and they sound amazing. Hiroyoshi, yeah, that's another one. I don't really like that one, to be honest. I think that one sounds too happy, if I remember that correctly. There's a whole lot of them. You've also got Akebono. Akebono is based on the minor scale. That's the one that works over the minor scale, basically. Um, they're all pentatonic scales, basically. Japanese traditional music uses a ton of different pentatonic scales, and they all sort of like you can fit them over certain traditional or certain Western scales. Um, you just don't have all the notes, but if you just put it on in a track that uses whatever Western scale it falls into, you can make it work. But Akebono is kind of like what is equivalent to, or what falls within the minor scale. It's kind of like equivalent to minor pentatonic, and that one is basically the most used one in like modern music that uses traditional Japanese instruments combined with like I guess rock or pop or whatever it is, hip hop or something like that. Most of those tracks that are made today all use the akebono scale because it's it just works. It's just a minor pentatonic. How do you come up with chords? It's just the same thing. It's just, most of these skills are just they're kind of based on the same notes that we use. Um it's just a pentatonic scale, so it's just 5 notes. But they're usually, slightly different. So not sure what we have here. I have a piano, right? Yeah, I have a piano. So let's see, on C sharp, it would be. So we have a piano in here. Oh, yeah, there is a piano. I'm not sure if it lights up, but not really. Can I show you what I'm playing with a MIDI clip? So you can see the MIDI notes light up there, I guess. I need to get that Max for Life thing where you just have a piano show up. So C sharp. So in C sharp, yeah, that's basically just 5 notes, and that automatically has a little bit of that sound if you just play those up and down, especially from like. And if you play that with a traditional Japanese instrument, you immediately have a Japanese sound. But that's just one of them. There's so many. Um, yeah, I have the skill, and I don't really know too many of them yet, but there's a lot of them. It's like all kinds of weird ones. I'm gonna look up and see which ones are cool. Hiroyoshi is kind of like a minor pentatonic. Yeah, that's the thing. They are kind of like it, but that's with a lot of them. They are kind of like another scale, but then they're one note different or something. And that one note just changes it completely. It just changes the entire relationship between all the chords. And it's just one note can be a huge difference. Like, it might be, yeah, it's kind of like it, but also kind of not, you know? Like I know with the Iwata scale, there's only 2 notes in the chord, or 2 notes in the scale where you can actually have a perfect fifth. So there's 5 notes in it, and there's only 2 that you can build a perfect fifth on top. All the other 3 don't have a perfect fifth, so it's super inharmonic, and it's really only really used in traditional music as like they play like those two chords over and over, alternating, or they drone just one of them. And then on top of it, they play a lead instrument that just plays the scale and up and down, or it does like a melody in the scale. Um, but that's just the nature of that skill. Because there is so little room in that skill for like harmonizing chords, it automatically is used more in like traditional music that is more droning. So it's really interesting. There's a lot of interesting things to learn about that. Like that's what I mean. You can go really deep into music theory. And I do like that. There's quite a lot of interesting stuff to learn, and there's a lot of interesting I mean, I'm just a sucker for music like that, you know, just ethnic music or stuff that's from a completely different part of the world. I love that. It's just I love learning about that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's cool. That'll be another stream. We're definitely gonna try and make a cool track. I don't know where's the vocals. I have a couple of them. Not sure where they are. Are they here? No, they're here. I'm gonna play a short section of one. That's enough. Then you get a little bit of an idea of the type of vocals that I'm talking about. And that combined with some instruments and some taiko and some bass and some other instruments and some big, I don't know, maybe it could even be more like Lopez Reese. I don't know. We'll see. Be fun. Anyways, that's gonna be it for today. I'll be back soon. Next week on Friday, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. So check out what that is for you. If you want to join the Discord, I'll drop the link in the chat, and you can also use the link to my Patreon. That is going to be in the chat as well. So if you want to help support these streams, then you can do that. If you want to get access to one of my upcoming videos, then you can support me on Patreon. Or you can become a member on my or on my YouTube channel. If you become a member on my YouTube channel, link to that is in the description, by the way. Then you also get access to the videos early. So it's not just the Patreon members, also the YouTube members. Anyways, better be the Japan stream then. I mean, we'll do a fun one. I think it could be really cool to do. I have some ideas for a track like that. It's probably gonna be a bit more of a, well, I say a bit more of a deeper minimalistic track, but you guys know how I am with those kind of tracks. They usually end up sounding completely different. But again, that doesn't matter too. If it ends up sounding good, that's all that matters. For now, that's gonna be it. Hope you have a good night's sleep, or whatever you're gonna do now. And I'm just gonna chill. I'm gonna probably watch some YouTube, and then go to bed. And then check this out tomorrow, and then probably get to work on some of the granular stuff. That's it. I'll see you guys soon. If you have some more questions or just want to have a chat, come to the Discord, and I'll play this while we end. See you guys soon. Peace.